extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the Enlightenment ecosystem, Sovereign Order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life.
Tattvamasyadilaksham ekam nityam vimalamachalam sarvadi sakshi bhutam bhavatitam trigunarahitam sadgurum tam namami. Nithyanandam, we welcome all our viewers joining us from all around the world. We welcome all Kailasa-vasis joining from various Kailasa monasteries, temples, adinams, and centers from all around the world. We welcome all our viewers joining us from Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitter Live, Hinduism Now TV, Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, and all our viewers who are joining us through Naina Diksha two-way video conferencing for today's program. We welcome all of you. Introduction to lifestyle of Kailasa. Every morning, the lifestyle of Kailasa starts with Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga is the original yoga as per the scriptures, just as how it was revealed by Paramashiva, the primordial cosmic divinity, the primordial Hindu divinity. Paramashiva, as the Adi Yogi, the first yogi, has revealed the true, authentic, original yoga, which is recorded in the original yoga scriptures. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga is a compilation of these original scriptures in various sequences for us to practice the authentic yoga. Today, we'll practice the Pratham Vinyasa Krama, which is a sequence of 108 traditional yoga asanas along with their scriptural references or Shastra Pramanas. It is very important for us to align our practice of yoga back to the original context. There is a reason. Today, there are billions of practitioners of yoga. Yoga is a billion-dollar industry. But at the same time, how many of us are experiencing or are manifesting enlightenment through the practice of yoga? Thousands of years ago, when great yogis practiced yoga, we had several enlightened beings Today, almost 100 times more people practice yoga, but we do not have 100 times more the enlightened beings. The number of enlightened beings has gone lesser. What does it mean? It means we need to align our practice back to the original context. Yoga is not just some physical exercises to stretch our body. Yoga is experiencing union with the cosmos. Now let us watch this short video on yoga, on what is happening in the world of yoga today.
Yoga's become an $80 billion industry, incorporating everything you could think of from animals to food. And everyone is looking to get their share, be it through expensive apparel or sponsored Instagram posts. This might look fashionable and harmless, but what you don't understand is the detrimental effects it has on your consciousness. When you're practicing authentic yoga, you're working with an independent intelligence, a science to awaken the inner potential energy within you. When you add your own twist to yoga, it changes this internal process and brings a different effect on your physiology, psychology, and neurology. Some people practice yoga to build a strong physique, for the healing of an ailment, or for relieving stress and anxiety. However, throughout the years, the original source of yoga has been lost, and the entire science has been diluted. Many of the traditional yogic asanas and their context have completely disappeared from the mainstream practice. In today's world, even though the technology has improved tremendously, one of the biggest problems, if not the biggest problem that humanity is facing, is feeling disconnected from themselves, from one another, and from nature and life around them. People desperately attempt to experience connection through various ways: physical union or sex, dependence to drugs and foods, or through the internet. But unfortunately, none of these paths lead to the true connection that we're seeking. Connection is actually not what is being sought. It is actually union that humanity is seeking in so many wrong directions. Union with the ultimate is the true solution. Yoga is the only way to experience union with the ultimate. It is the path to anti-sex, to go beyond sex and experience union with all the other dimensions of ourselves and
So we just saw a short video explaining how yoga has become an $80 billion industry today. In fact, almost a $100 billion industry. At the same time, what we are seeing is, we are seeing that the number of enlightened beings has not gone up in proportion to the number of people who are practicing yoga. It is time that Hindus reclaim the authentic yoga and practice authentic yoga. As the world today is waiting, yoga is an asset not just for 2 billion Hindus, it is an asset for all 8 billion people of the human race. A few years ago, when the 56 nations, Hindu nations of South Asian subcontinent were colonized, were invaded, the invaders justified the terrorism and cultural genocide on Hinduism by writing and publicizing false narratives about Hinduism and denigrating Hinduism with worst kind of hate speech. A few instances. T.B. Macaulay wrote, "A single shelf of a good European library was worth the whole native literature of India. Indians are a beastly people with a beastly religion." Winston Churchill. No Hindu who has received an English education ever remains sincerely attached to his religion. If our plans of education are followed up, there will not be a single idolater among the respectable classes in Bengal 30 years hence. Again, a quote from T.B. Macaulay. This hate speech has led to marginalization of Hindu heritage practitioners of Hinduism, the people who protected Hinduism, it led to their marginalization. In 1871, the colonial government went so far as to ban wandering yogis through the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871 that declared that any person belonging to the tribes mentioned in the list, which include sannyasis, Hindu monks, and yogic masters, the Naga sadhus, the wandering, naked monks, the wandering yogis, all of them were declared as born criminals who were to be presumed guilty by default. This led to their marginalization. This led to their marginalization of yogic masters and extinction of advanced yogic techniques, sciences, and power manifestation. Fast forward to 11th December 2014, a total of 177 nations co-sponsored the resolution to declare 21st June as the International Yoga Day. This is the highest number of co-sponsors ever for any United Nations General Assembly resolution. This recognition for Hinduism, this recognition for yoga did not happen overnight. It happened because Hindu gurus like Paramahamsa Yogananda, Swami Vivekananda, Srila Prabhupada, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi introduced the world to Hinduism and its gifts in the proper context. Today, we can see how from ban on yoga and yogis to yoga becoming world heritage. It is time, it is a clear message that the world is waiting for solutions. World is waiting for Hindu solutions. And it is our responsibility, the responsibility of Hindus, to take leadership in providing the world the most authentic, the best of Hinduism, and share and enrich the entire world with the best of Hinduism for the benefit of the entire human race. Today, we'll be practicing Pratham Vinyasa Krama as per the original authentic scriptures. We'll be practicing all 8 components of yoga. We'll be practicing all 12 components of yoga as revealed by Paramashiva in the original yoga scriptures and as revived and revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, our beloved Guru. These 12 components of yoga are: first is the Aushadha or the sacred energized herbs. Second is the Abharana or the Rudraksha jewelries, such as Sundarvarams on the ears and Kantamala on the neck. Next are the Mandalas or the sacred cosmic geometrical shapes carved on copper plate, kept in front of us or above us while we are practicing yoga. Next component is the Japa, the chanting of various mantras internally as we practice yoga, reminding of us of the original context, such as Shivoham, I am Paramashiva, I am one with the cosmos, I am divine. The next component is the asanas, the various physical postures aligning the body to the cosmic geometry. The next component are the mudras, which will be sealing the flow of prana in the body through the movement of hands, tongue, and mouth. Then is the bandhas, which will be locking the Kundalini Shakti and controlling the Kundalini Shakti flow. Next is the pranayama or the various breathing techniques. Then we have various karnas or dance-like movements, a combination of movement of hands and feet. And optionally, we can have 2 weights as we are practicing. All the 12 components together gives us the complete experience of authentic yoga. One of the major components are the mantras, the chanting of the original authentic scriptural references by the Tantra Dharaka, who will be holding the space for the ritual of yoga throughout our practice. Now, very shortly, we'll be back with Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Please stay with us. Nithyanandam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। ॐ हां हों शिवाय नमः। 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 ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं चोदयामि स्वधा। ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं चोदयामि स्वधा। ॐ शिवतत्त्वं चोदयामि स्वधा। ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। मोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुणविशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढ़गात्रिक यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। ओम अपौपस्पृश्य
Now we'll be starting with the first asana, Sukhasana. Sit comfortably in a cross-legged position. Bring your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands will be resting on the knees with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. We'll be performing the Samana Pranama or the breathing technique. Breathe in through the nose. Hold the breath for a short duration. Exhale. Again, hold the breath for a short duration. Inhale. Concentrate on building a fire in the navel region and visualize the fire going upwards your spine. This is Samana Pranama. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of 3 bandhas. Engage the perineum muscles between the base of your spine and the regenerative organ. Pull your stomach in and up and tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva. Internally keep chanting Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तक्तमातरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जयं तेन जगत्त्रयम्।
Parvatasana. Sit cross-legged or sit in Padmasana. Inhale, arms straight up, palms are together in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Mount Kailasa.
अतः वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम्।
Halipavasana. Bring your legs in the front, keep the soles together. As you exhale, bring your forehead to the heels, lock the hands behind the back in Parshumudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पूर्व विदियाहूँ में जानू पे भगतली संफुट थानो।
Nagi Pavasana. Keep your soles together and bring your elbows on the legs, cup the palms on floor, gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize snakes.
पूर्व विधि परियांगाय नीचे होई कल्हूनि फनास्योई लगावे।
Kokilasana. Hold your big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. As you inhale, straighten your legs. Avoid bending the knees. And now as you exhale, enter into Padmasana. Bring your elbows down, eyes forward and down. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize bird.
अस्माद् अकस्माद् वायु संचारम कोकिलाख्यासनेन च।
Neti Asana. Stack your ankles and knees. Hold your elbows and circle in both directions. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
घोड़ाबाम व पाडकी सी आसी माहिली सोय।
Gajasana. Bring your hands and feet on the floor. Lift your hips up in an inverted V position and scoop your nose to the ground repeatedly. Continue Samana Pranama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize elephant.
नासिकाभ्यां भूमौ नासिकामानीय हस्तदलपर्यन्तं नयेत् तित्तं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् गजासनं भवति।
Rikshasana. Stop the motion and alternatively bring your heels to the ground. Continue Samana Pranama. Continue Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize bear.
एकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति।
Vaishyasana. Stand tall, heels are up, balance yourself on big toes, index, middle and ring fingers on heart in Hidaya Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama, pull your stomach in and up. Visualize Swamiji.
अथ वैश्यावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Urdhav Janu Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi in half squatting position, heels are together, toes bleeding outward, knees are wide. Both your palms on chest level. Lift the right knee towards the chest in a circular motion. Simultaneously, right hand will follow the foot movement. Return to Arai Mandi and repeat on the other side. Balalinga Asana. Lift the right knee close to the chest and interlace your fingers in outside in direction in Sarvashankari Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize holding a child.
एकं जानुपुरस्य आलिङ्ग स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Hold your right heel behind the hip region with the hands interlaced in Parshu Mudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
चित्वे कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं.
Natrajasana. Push your right foot behind and hold it from the inside with your right hand. Extend the left hand forward with the index and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Natraja.
राजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Repeating Balalinga Asana. This time lift your left knee close to the chest and interlace your fingers in outside in direction in Sarvashankari Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize holding a child.
एकं जानुपुरस्य आलिङ्गे स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Bring your left heel on the hip region and hold your foot behind the hip region with the hands interlaced in Parshu Mudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पृष्ठे संत्याप्य यत्येन पादपीडनमासनं.
Natrajasana. Push your left leg behind and hold your left foot from the inside with the left hand. Stretch the right hand forward with the thumb and index finger together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Natraja.
नटराजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Ardharechita Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi. Cross the ankles, bringing the right foot behind and keeping the heel raised. The left hand will be on the chest and the right hand will be making a pendulum movement. Fingers moving inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Then the right palm is placed on the nose. Uncross the ankles, bring the heels together. Right hand will be making a circular motion with the fingertips pointing to the floor. Skeleton dance. Close your eyes and visualize yourself as made of bones and nothing else. No skin, no internal organs, no flesh, no bones. Visualize yourself made of only bones and shake your body intensely. Close your eyes and start the skeleton dance. Intensely, continuously, chaotically, randomly, energetically shake your body and continuously maintain the visualization that you are made of bones and nothing else. Recollect your breath. Katechina Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi. Wrists crossed above the head with the fingers stretched out. Turn to the right while you open your arms. As you come to the center, cross your wrist over the head and continue the motion, repeating to the left side. Tadasana. Stand tall. Arms are up, palms facing one another, heels on the mat. Continue Samana Pranama. Pull your stomach in and up. Udyana Bandha. Visualize palm tree. Internally keep chanting Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान्.
Uttanasana. As you exhale, bring your arms down, hands by the feet, head to the knees. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रियात्.
Tarakshvasana. Enter a plank position, tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head side to side. Visualize Swamiji.
दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्श्वासनं भवति.
Bhujangasana. Fall flat on the floor, raise your chest and head up using your lower back muscles. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the back of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Cobra.
कराभ्यां चतुर्रां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षपणिवहि.
Shashasana. From a Gajasana like position, lift your knees close to the chest and slightly move your body forward, alternating knees to the chest. Continue Sahaja Pranayama, breathing normally through the nose in a simple, casual way. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गजासनसंस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Rathasana. Step one foot between the hands and alternatingly jump your feet between the hands. Visualize chariot.
पादमार्गेण भ्रामरित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Virabhadrasana. Step your legs apart. Keep the right leg at front, bend at 90-degree angle. Skip the left leg behind at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Avoid bending the left knee. Bring your arms overhead, chest facing forward, gaze at the third eye. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Continue Sahaja Pranayama, simple breathing through the nose. Visualize God Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्टिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Repeat Virabhadrasana, switching the legs, keeping the left knee at a 90-degree angle, back leg, right leg at a 45-degree angle. Avoid bending the right knee. Arms overhead, chest forward, gaze at the third eye. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Virabhadra.
अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Vrikshasana. Place the right foot sole on the left leg inner thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Raise them above the head. Pull your stomach in and up. Visualize tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यं यं पादं निधायतु.
Garudasana. Bring the right foot in
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Vrikshasana. Keep the left foot sole on the right leg inner thigh. Bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Raise them above the head. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize tree.
तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूम वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Garudasana. Bring the left foot sole on in front of the hip with the sole facing upwards. Palms are together in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Garuda, eagle.
सर्वदोषाविनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Trikonasana. Step the legs apart. Bring the right hand onto the floor next to the right foot. Left hand will be up in the air as you tilt your head and gaze at the hand in the air. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize triangle.
राजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Repeating Trikonasana on the other side. Switch your legs. Bring your left hand next to the left foot and the right hand up in the air as you tilt your head and gaze at the hand in the air. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize triangle.
राजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Nikotaka Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi. Keep your hands horizontal with the palms facing each other. Alternatively, thrash the heel to the floor and simultaneously switch the palm position. Now from here onwards, the pranayama will be Brahmari pranayama, where we will be buzzing subtly like a bee both while inhaling and exhaling. The internal japa mantra will be Sadashivoham. Starting with Angushthasana. Toes on the floor, sit on the heels, palms in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Brahmari pranayama, buzzing subtly like a bee. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
अंगुष्टमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Sarasana. Fingertips to the floor, palms open and facing forward in Varamudra. Stretch the right leg with the toes pointing upwards. Continue Brahmari pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रसार्येकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपातकम्.
Vidunasana. In the same position, hold the front toes with the index and middle finger in Prana Mudra. Avoid bending the right knee. Hold the left heel with the left hand. Continue Brahmari pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
कुल्पस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य पादा तत्पादाग्रं संस्कृते तत्करेण.
Sarasana. Switching legs. Bring the fingertips to the floor, palms open and facing forward in Varamudra. Stretch the left leg with the toes pointing upwards. Continue Brahmari pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रसार्येकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Vidunasana. In the same position, hold the front toes, left toes with your index and middle finger in Prana Mudra. Avoid bending the left knee. Hold the right heel with the right hand. Continue Brahmari pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
कुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चापयेत् चोभयत्र.
Brahmajurankusasana. Bring your feet together, knees together and sit on the heels, palms facing upwards and resting on the knees. Continue Brahmari pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दोफणां पनिहो इवेसे येडितो गुडा निवेसे.
Kapilasana. Place the knees on the ground, separating them wide apart, hands on the respective knees, gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Sage Kapila.
उभौ भगतली समतहरावे तिनको माहिलिकोर मिलावे.
Bhadragorakha Asana. In the same position, gaze at the third eye. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, visualize Swamiji.
तो भगतली सम्मुत करे गौरवारली भूपरि धरे.
Surya Asana. Sit on the heels, separate your knees wide and lift the knees up. Spread your fingers wide, forming a lotus with your hands. This is Padma Mudra. Raise your hands up and gaze through the palms. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, pull your stomach in a Pudhyana Bandha. Visualize God Surya, Sun God.
एडिदौ गुड़ा थरि आणे फना फानि भैतिकी पुनिथाने.
Now, the next three asanas, the pranayama will be Sahaja Pranayama, simple natural breathing through the nose. Manduka Asana, lower your arms and knees, relax the toes, sit between the hands with the toes touching, palms on the knees. Perform Manduki Mudra, press the tongue against the upper palate of your mouth. Engage Mula Bandha, visualize frog.
जानुयुग्यं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेत् मण्डुकासनम्.
Uttana Manduka Asana, hands will be on the opposite shoulders. Continue pressing your tongue against the upper palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha, visualize frog.
एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Simhasana. Cross the right ankle over the left. Place the right heel underneath the perineum. Hands on the respective knees. As you exhale, stick your tongue out. Gaze at the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize lion.
हस्तौ च जानुनो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश प्रसार्य च.
Now from here onwards, we will be restoring Brahmari Pranayama, buzzing subtly like a bee. Bhadrasana. Keep your soles together. Sit on the heels. Knees are wide. Cross your hands behind the back, holding the opposite toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यं च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Kaka Bhusandi Asana. Sit in a squatting position, keeping the knees wide. Wrap your arms around the knees to lock your fingers behind in Parsha Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize crow.
प्रथमे वैशक उखाड़ताने ताव दौ हाथु भगाम या च आणे.
Kani Pavasana. Bring your palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Lift your hips up, bringing the knees above the elbows, keeping the toes pointed. Slightly lift your head and balance yourself on the hands. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
आसन को गण आसी दुसता होई तुआची होई.
Kapali Asana. Bring your head to the ground, forming a tripod with your head and two hands. Bring your knees on the elbows and stretch your legs up. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
सीसा सीसा धरती टेकी पगा दो मिलावे ऊंचे तू करे.
Carefully bring your legs down. In the next set of asanas, the pranayama will be Rechika Pranayama. Inhale and hold your breath as long as you can hold comfortably, and then exhale in a slow, controlled way. Parshva Mayurasana. Palms on the ground, shoulder width apart, knees to the right side of the body. Press your elbows to the knee and hip region, leaning forward. Lift the toes up and stretch the legs to the right side. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama, slow, controlled exhale. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize peacock.
कुर्याम आयुरं पार्श्वाभ्याम आयुरं पार्श्वनामकम्.
Repeating Parshva Mayurasana on the other side. Palms on the ground, shoulder width apart. Knees to the left side of the body. Press elbows and knee to the knee and hip region, leaning forward. Lifting the toes up and stretching the legs to the left side. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize peacock.
आयुरं दण्डवत् कुर्यात्मा आयुरं दण्डनामकम्.
Bharaganatha Asana. From a plank position, bring the right leg over the shoulders, right foot between the hands. Avoid bending the left knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Slow, control, exhale. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize God Bharaganath.
आसन को गुण पीठी जाई.
Switching sides. Bringing the left leg over the shoulders, left foot between the hands. Avoid bending the right knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Bharaganath.
आसन को गुण पीठी जाई.
Unmukha Pitha Asana. Press your forearms down. Lift the hips up high and tips of the toes on the ground. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदलवान्मुखम् उत्थानपीताङ्घ्रियुगलं कतिस्थलनभिरुका.
Vasishthasana. Plant one hand onto the ground underneath the shoulder, starting with the right hand. Raise the left hand up as you stack your legs and raise the hips up. Gaze to the left palm in the air. Continue Rechika Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमस्त्यकम्.
Repeating Vashishthasana. This time bring the left hand underneath the shoulders. Keep the hips raised, legs stacked on top of each other. Right hand up in the air as you tilt your head and gaze to the right palm in the air. Continue Rechika Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Sage Vashishta.
परिवृत्तिं छोडरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now, from here onwards, the internal chanting Japa mantra will be Mahasadashivoham, Anjani Asana. Stretch your legs straight. Keep the toes pointing upwards. Head, neck and spine in a straight line. Sit on upturned palms. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize God Hanuman.
दो कर की उभय हथेली गौरवाली माले बेली.
Paschimottanasana. Keep your spine straight, and as you bend forward, hold your big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle fingers. Avoid bending the knees. Continue Rechika Pranayama, slow control exhale. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
जानु परिललाटं तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते.
Ugrasana. Interlace your fingers behind the head in Parshamudra. As you bring your chest forward and down, bring the head towards the knees. Avoid bending the knees. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Mother Goddess Kali.
सपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानु परिशिरोन्यसेत्.
Marichi Asana. Bring your left heel, bring your right heel towards the perineum and right knee to the chest. Wrap your arm around the knees, holding the hand behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Mahamudra Asana. Lower your right knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down, holding your toes with your hands. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
खड्राजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Repeating Marichi Asana. This time bring your left knee to the chest. Wrap your arm around the knee. Hold your hand behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Mahamudra Asana. Lower your left knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes with your hands and continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Avoid bending the knees. Visualize Swamiji.
तावां भगकीये डिजोई सीवणानि लगावे सोई.
Bhadrasana. Bring your soles together, heels at the perineum, hands holding the feet by their sides, gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गुल्पोत वृषणस्यादा सीवन्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Gwalipavasana. Bring your toes together, heels apart, hands on the knees, gaze at the nose. Breathe through the nose in a simple, natural way. Hold your breath, completely inhale and hold your breath. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Exhale slowly. In Murcha Kumbhaka, visualize Swamiji.
पूरा चरपद चौक कोई सोई वाहा वीदि जो कीजि सोई.
Yoni Asana. Hold the soles of your feet with all your fingers and bring your elbows on the ground near the shin as you lean your whole body forward. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Yoni Mandala.
तो भगतली संपुट करे ये मीड को दिगिदरे.
Midaki Pavasana. Bring your heels together. Separate the toes apart. Forehead on the ground near the heels. Arms to the side over the knees. Palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पूर्व विधि पर भगतली संपुट सोल येड मिलिरा से.
Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring your arms between the thighs and shin with the palms facing upwards. Bring your nose to the ground and try to touch your throat with your toes. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Slow control exhale. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Paramashiva.
हथेली अंगुली धरती आसे दिशिरा नास नग अगर.
Chinnaki Pavasana. Bring your heels together. Separate the toes apart. Keeping the soles of the foot facing towards the sky. Keeping the back of fingers and hands on the ground. Bring the elbows on the knees. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
अंगुली आत आमतरोरासे एडी को आसे विदिदासे.
Charpat Choka Asana. Sit up straight. Keep the soles together. Hands on the knees. Pressing the knees down. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
तो भगतली संपुटदारे आमगाणे कर जारे बसारे.
Bhairavasana. Lift your heels off the ground. Keep your toes down. Knees are wide on the ground with the hands by their side in Bindu Mudra with the thumb and index finger in Bindu Mudra. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Kala Bhairava.
पावन धारण सहात न साध्यम लगाए समदी.
Samanasana. Place the left heel at the perineum and bring the right foot close to the chest. Avoid bending the right ankle. Use the right thighs to bring the right foot close to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Repeating and now moving on to Apanasana. Bring the right knee over the shoulders, hands on the floor. Extend the left foot in the air. Avoid bending the left knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Repeating Samanasana. This time bring the right heel to the perineum and hold the left foot close to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Apanasana. Bring the left knee over the shoulders, hands on the floor. Extend the right leg in the air. Avoid bending the right knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Now from here onwards, the pranayama, the breathing technique will be Sitkari. Press the tongue to the root of front teeth. Inhale, hissing breath through the teeth. Exhale through the nose. The internal japa mantra will be Om Nithyanandoham. Starting with Gomukhasana. Stack your knees. Left knee below, right knee above. Heels by the hip region, both sitting bones on the mat. Fingers interlaced in Parshu Mudra, resting on the knees. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize cow's face.
सव्यदक्षिणकुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Anusuyasana. Remaining in the same position, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे थाने वामों ठाके ऊपरे आने.
Anusuyasana 2. Hold the hands behind the back in Parsha Mudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose close to the ground. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे थाने वामों ठाके ऊपरे आने.
Garudasana. Bring your right knee close to the chest, hands on respective knees. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Garuda Eagle.
तावोपगमोडि एडि माहल्युं गोल्पद्मूलद्वारिणी छेदे.
Nardasana. Interlace your fingers behind the neck and bring your elbows together, placing them outside the raised knee as you twist. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Narada.
इष्टजिजु वाम भगतली खेरी भूपरिता हिलगावे फेरी.
Matsya Pitakasana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arms around the legs. Hold the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish, avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Repeating Gomukhasana. This time stack the right knee on below and left knee on top. Heels by the hip region, both sitting bones on the mat. Fingers interlaced in Parshu Mudra, resting on the knees. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize cow's face.
दक्षिणे पितथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
Anusuyasana. Hold your big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे थाने वामों ठाके ऊपरे आने.
Anusuyasana 2. Hold your hands behind the back in Parshu Mudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose close to the ground. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे थाने वामों ठाके ऊपरे आने.
Garudasana. Bring your left knee close to the chest, hands on respective knees. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Garuda, eagle.
Baise Jimani Pagatali Dariti Teki Goda Cho Bhaurase.
Nardasana. Interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together, twisting and placing them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Sage Narada.
Goda Shudau Panu Hoi Joy Dachipa Shatira Se Soi.
Matsya Pitakasana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arms around the legs, holding the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Yomi Vamena Sampidya Bhedradhupiridakshanam.
Matsyendra Asana. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Matsyendranath.
Udaram Paschima Bhasam Krutva Tishteti Yatnataha.
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize camel.
Asana Kaugana Jolo Jaye.
Matsyendra Asana 2. Bring your front hand to hold the front shin. Release the back hand onto the ground behind you. Twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
Matsyendrapītam Chadara Praditam Bhrajandaruk Mandala Khandalastram.
Repeating Matsyendra Asana on the other side. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh. Put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
Namrangam Padamam Hi Vamapadam Hi Dakshijanu Parinyaset.
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize camel.
Asana Kaugana Jolo Jaye.
Matsyendra Asana 2. From Kubasana, bring your front hand to hold the front shin. Release the back hand onto the ground behind you. Twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
Adhyasasete Kundalini Prabodham Dhandhastiratvam Hidadadi Pumsam.
Padmasana. Bring your feet onto the opposite thighs, hands on the respective knees, gaze at the nose. Breathe through the mouth and exhale through the nose in Sitili Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Paramashiva. Internally, keep chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Asanam Dvididam Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tatha.
Padmasana 2. Hold your opposite toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Press your tongue against the teeth. Inhale through the mouth. Exhale through the nose in Sitili Pranayama. Gaze at the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Mother Goddess Lakshmi.
Utthano Charanau Kritva Uru Samstho Prayatnataha.
Kukutasana. Remaining in Padmasana, insert your arms through the legs. Balance yourself on your hands. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe through the nose in a simple natural way. Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Rooster.
Nivesya Bhuma Vastisted Bhomasthakukkutasanaha.
Badakeki Asana. Remaining in Padmasana, rise up onto your knees, palms on the floor, fingers facing you, elbows into the abdomen. Lean the body onto the elbows. Lift the knees and head up. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
Mayuram Padmakam Kuryad Bhadakekiti Bhakatyate.
Mayurasana. From Badakeki Asana, extend the legs behind, floating the feet upwards. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize peacock.
Atavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasanam Uttamam.
Makarasana. Lay on the floor. Bring your forehead on the ground. Interlace the fingers behind the head. Open your legs, keeping the toes pointing to the sides. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Visualize crocodile.
Shiraschaditva Karadanda Yugme Dehagnikaram Makarasanam Tat.
Salabhasana. Bring your hands on the ground under the shoulders. Keep your legs together. Raise the thighs and feet off the floor. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize locust.
आदौ च शून्ये वितस्तिशोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं सलभं मुनीन्द्रा.
Ustrasana. Hold on to your feet and press your heels to the hip region while contracting your abs and mouth. Visualize camel.
आकुञ्चयेत् समयुग्म ह्रास्यघात् मुष्टं च पीचं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Dhanurasana. With your hands, hold the respective feet and raise your chest and thighs, bending your body like a bow as you balance yourself on the lower belly. Visualize yourself as a bow. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue Sahaja Pranayama.
कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्य विवर्तिताङ्गं निधाय योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
Now from here onwards, the internal japa mantra will be Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Bhagasana. Raise yourself up. Keep your heels outside of the hip region. Sit on the knees with the toes beneath the perineum. Rest the palms on the respective knees, gazing at the third eye. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
उलटा मोड़ी पावदो वैसी बाहुरो जुगर्ति करे इसी करे.
Gohyasana. Hold your opposite elbows on the ground, interlacing the fingers in Parshu Mudra. Bring the crown of the head on the ground with the hands supporting the head. Walk your feet in, press the hips up, aligning the hips over the shoulder region. Lift the feet up, keeping the calves and thighs together. Heels resting on the hip region. Gaze at the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue Sahaja Pranama. Visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ की कहूनी जोई पुनिहा कलाई जाने दोई.
Shirsasana. Extend your feet straight up, keeping the gaze at the nose. Continue Sahaja Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च दुधेव विदितं हिनः.
Relax, bring your feet down safely. From here onwards, the pranayama will be bhastrika. A rapid, forceful inhale and exhale through the nose into the chest region. Starting with Fodhyasana. From a seated position, bring your legs up straight, thighs close to the chest, knees close to the head, hands holding the calves. Continue bhastrika prana. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
अंगुष्टपिंडली लगाते दरे चरण उभे आकाश दिशि करे.
Parighasana. Bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. Keep your legs together at a 45-degree angle. Avoid bending the knees. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a mace or club.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलिप्य प्रसार्य.
Naukasana. Keep your legs at a 45-degree angle from the ground. Bring your elbows and palm on the ground or stretch your palms forward close to the knees. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize boat.
शिरः ऊरु जङ्घापादं दण्डवद्धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति.
Rudrasana. Sit up, keeping your back straight. Reach the hands through the legs, bringing your soles of the foot together and close to the chest. Gaze at the nose. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Rudra.
पगाका अंगुठादौ लेयु पराली कानि तलावे.
Unmukha Pitha Asana. Lay on your back. Knees are bent. Feet and hands on the floor. Press the hips up, bringing the chest close to the chin. Breathe through the nose in a simple, natural way. Completely inhale. Now hold the breath. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and exhale slowly in Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji.
ऊर्ध्वे जजानुनी कृत्वा सवितोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Shivasana. Stretch out your legs and arms, palms facing upwards. Forcefully channelize Kundalini Shakti in Shakti Chalana Mudra. Completely relax the whole body, making it motionless. Visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानं सववद्भूमौ शयनं तु सवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Stretch arms and legs out. Stretch side to side. Rock yourself up to a comfortable seated position. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Very shortly we'll close with the Purna Mantra and bow down at Swamiji's feet, at the feet of our beloved Guru, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Now we'll close with the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa?
Nityanandam, welcome back. We'll continue in introduction to the lifestyle of Kailasa. We just completed a segment on Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Now we'll be moving on with power manifestation. Powers or Shaktis. Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment. They are a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Bhagwan Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, has revealed 460 Shaktis or powers in Agamas, in the Veda Agamas, such as Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Shaktis are from the space of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis, which are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, manifest as we progress on our path towards enlightenment. Many times, Shaktis and Siddhis are mistaken. Whereas Siddhis divert you from enlightenment, Shaktis are source of enlightenment. Whereas Siddhis are not permanent, Shaktis are permanent. Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment leading towards enlightenment. Today, we are going to experience the manifestation of some of the Shaktis revealed by Paramashiva. We'll be joined by a Balasant of Nithyananda Gurukul, Sri Nitya Parameshananda Maharaj, who is going to demonstrate some of these Shaktis by entangling with our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. As a side effect of this feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru, the Balasant will be manifesting some of the Shaktis. And as we watch this demonstration of Shaktis, we'll be having the rare opportunity of entangling and experiencing the same space of oneness, making it possible for us also to manifest these powers and also progress in enlightenment. Now, we'll be having Srinitya Paramashananda Maharaj joining us for demonstrating some of the Shaktis of Bhagwan Paramashiva. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam to all the viewers watching us live on all our social media platforms to this beautiful segment of Power Manifestation, Shakti Avishkarna, where we get the beautiful opportunity to connect with Paramashiva and express Paramashiva through our beings. Today we'll be seeing the power of consciousness over matter. The power of consciousness over matter is the power to change the external object just by creating a will inside ourselves. When you create a strong intention for the external matter to move, that time the matter outside moves. You are able to move the energy. With the energy, you are able to move the matter externally just by connecting with Paramashiva. So now we'll be seeing the Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter. It's from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanay drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. So, in this verse, Paramashiva beautifully explains what is the steps to manifest this power of consciousness over matter. Paramashiva says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thoughts and impressions of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists. So we can see how in this verse, beautifully Paramashiva has explained how to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. So now we'll all be connecting with Paramashiva and manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. So all the viewers watching us live on all our social media platforms can take this beautiful opportunity to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So you can all just take an object and place it on your hand, and now I'll be also manifesting the power. So when I manifest the power, I'll be creating a space for the power to manifest intensely. And all of you can also chant the Mahavakya along with me. And when you chant the Mahavakya, Paramashiva will start manifesting through you. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya. You can place your hand on a stable surface.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
And so now you can all see my hand. It's placed on a flat and stable surface. Now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, connecting with Paramashiva, and you will see slowly the Atmalinga standing up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Beautifully, Paramashiva has manifested the power of consciousness over matter, and all of you who have also been entangling with this space can also post in the chat how you manifested the power and what you experienced while manifesting the power. So with this, we'll all be offering our gratitude at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for manifesting through us, manifesting and flowing through us, and giving us this wonderful opportunity to manifest powers in this beautiful time of Brahma Muhurta, the time when we can create our reality, and when we manifest these powers in this Brahma Muhurta, whatever reality we want to manifest will start just manifesting, whether it's your desire to get money, relationships, health, anything. Because when you manifest this power, Paramashiva is just flowing through you, and whatever you want will start happening. So, taking again this beautiful opportunity to manifest the power of Paramashiva, and I thank all of the viewers who are watching us live in all our platforms to for staying with us and manifesting the powers. Now we'll all be moving to the next segment where we'll be seeing the next beautiful component of the Charya Pada which Paramashiva has offered to us in the Agamas. So with this, I would like to thank all the viewers, and now we'll be moving on to the next segment. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. We'll be moving further into the introduction to the lifestyle of Kailasa. We just witnessed a beautiful segment on the science of manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva. For all our viewers who want to make this possibility for themselves to manifest extraordinary powers of Paramashiva, to connect with their higher reality, to connect with their true self as Paramashiva, to realize their divinity, please sign up for Paramashivoham, Mahaparamashivoham, starting 9th December up until 29th December, is a extraordinary event to teach us the science of manifesting powers and awakening our ultimate consciousness. The link is projected below, paramashivoham.org. Please sign up. Now moving on further into the lifestyle of Kailasa. We'll be moving on to our next segment, Pratyaksh Pada Puja. Now let us understand the significance of puja and the significance of puja to the Guru in Hinduism. Guru is God and God is Guru. Very often our Hindu Gurus are malaligned with worst kind of hate speech and attacks, calling them in a derogative way as Godmen. Not calling them Godmen with a good intention, but calling them in a derogatory way. But Bhagwan Paramashiva, the primordial, cosmic Hindu divinity, himself reveals in the 20th verse of Guru Gita, which is part of the Skanda Purana. Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals, Yo Guruha Sa Shivaha Prokto Ya Shivaha Sa Guruha Smritaha, which is translated as, He who is Guru is Shiva himself. So declare the scriptures, and the truth that Shiva is Guru is reminded in the Smritis, the remembered scriptures. Very clearly, Bhagwan Paramashiva is saying, Guruha Sa Shivaha, Guru is Shiva himself. But it's not stopping at that. Bhagwan Paramashiva is further revealing the truth that Shiva is Guru, Shivaha Sa Guruha. At one side, we have the Hindu music media spreading the misinformation, trying to frame a Hinduism which does not have Guru, a Guruless Hinduism, by constantly attacking Hinduism, by constantly attacking Hindu heritage, the Hindu practitioners, the Hindu Gurus, maligning them with hate speech, hate propaganda, addressing them in a derogative way as Godmen, self-styled Godmen. But here, Bhagwan Paramashiva himself the primordial Hindu divinity, is saying Guru is Shiva and Shiva is Guru. Guru is God and God is Guru. It very clearly illustrates that the media is Hindu music. Media does not respect, follow, adhere, respect, honor, or consider any significance, any value in Hindu scriptures. Otherwise, they would not indulge in such a propaganda, making movies, the media and entertainment industry, making movies which are constantly attacking Hindu gurus, trying to frame the society to believing that Hinduism is better without gurus, and trying to always defame the gurus, trying to show them in a bad light. Bhagwan Paramashiva further continues in the 21st verse of Guru Gita. He reveals, Durlabham Trishu Lokeshu Takshunashwa Vadayamam Guru Brahmam Vinananya Satyam Satyam Varanye, which is translated as, here Bhagwan Param is referring to Devi Paramashiva Shakti, his consort, Devi Parvati, the primordial feminine divinity. Bhagwan Paramashiva is referring to Devi Parvati. O lovely face one, listen to my words and trust, for this truth is the most rare and unknown to anyone else in the three worlds. Durlabham Trishu Lokeshu, rare in the three worlds. Now, Bhagwan Paramashiva is revealing Guru Brahma Vinananya. Guru is Brahman, the pure cosmic consciousness, the source of all that is, and none other than Brahman itself. Satyam Satyam Varanane. This is the truth. This is the truth, I declare. Very clearly, Bhagwan Paramashiva is not only revealing the truth, he is emphasizing, repeating the word Satyam Satyam. This is the truth. This is the truth. It is very clear, Bhagwan Paramashiva himself is declaring Guru is Brahman. Bhagwan Paramashiva is revealing Guru is Shiva. Now, let us hear directly from our beloved Guru the significance of puja in this short video.
I'll start with one incident. I was shocked when I was reading some of the research reports science reveals about DNA. The agriculture lifestyle, eating rice and drinking milk, has given us such huge breakthrough for the human DNA. Brain started growing bigger and multiple benefits have started happening. That was one of the main reasons why human beings have become supremate beings. Why our species have conquered the planet. I tell you, if you start doing puja every day, your internal organs, intra-organs and physical body absorbs the DNA of Paramashiva, bio-memory of Paramashiva. Bio-energy of Paramashiva fills you and manifests in bio-memory of you. Bio-energy of Paramashiva manifests in your bio-energy. Bio-memory of Paramashiva manifests in your bio-memory. Muscle memory of Paramashiva manifests in your muscle memory. You will manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. I can give you 1 million reasons, 1 billion evidences. All the great achievements of Hindus, all the great contributions of Hindus to the world is from puja. It is puja, which is the core component of Hinduism. Understand? Temple is not just organization for us. No, it is God's home. Deity is God's body. We don't do idol worship. We do deity worship. We don't worship idols. We worship God through idols. Somebody asked me, why do we pour milk on the Shivalinga? I said, no, we pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We worship God through deity. Understand? Puja makes you manifest extraordinary powers. It fills your biomemory with Paramashiva's biomemory.
So we just heard directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the secrets of puja, how puja helps us connect with Paramashiva and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Puja will give our DNA a huge breakthrough and taking our consciousness to the next level of expansion. Bhagavan Paramashiva has revealed many more secrets in Guru Gita. Moving on to the 80th verse of Guru Gita, Bhagavan Paramashiva reveals, Guru Reva Jagat Sarvam, Brahma Vishnu Shivatmakam, Guruha Paratram Nasti, Tasmat Sampujet Gurum. Indeed, the Guru is the whole universe. Guru is Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. There is nothing higher than the Guru. Therefore, worship the Guru. Guru Reva Jagat Sarvam. There is nothing higher than the Guru. Brahma, Vishnu, Shivatmakam. Guru is Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Guruha Parantaram Nasti, Tasmat Sampujet Guru. Tasmat Sampujet Guru. Therefore, worship the Guru. Perform puja to the Guru. Just as Bhagavan Paramashiva has revealed in various ways again and again, Guru is Brahman, Guru is Shiva, Guru is the ultimate, Guru Reva Jagat Sarvam. In the whole world, there is nothing higher than the Guru. Guru is Brahma, Guru is Vishnu, Guru is Shiva. Therefore, worship the Guru. Now, just as Bhagavan Paramashiva has guided us, we will be worshipping our Guru, following the instructions of Bhagavan Paramashiva and not of Hindu music media, anti-Hindu media who are misguiding us. Now, we'll be moving on to our next segment, Pratyaksh Pada Puja, worshipping the divine lotus feet of the Guru. Please settle down and let us participate in the most beautiful ritual of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Pratyaksh Pada Puja, worshipping the divine lotus feet of the Guru. We'll be right back. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
Nithyanandam. Before we begin the Pratyakshapada Puja today, please declare the following statements with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following statements, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth. Cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer in the Pratyakshapada Puja at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. We will now begin the Pratyakshapada Puja. Please be seated with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Please be in a space of deep devotion, restful awareness, and gratitude in your Ananda Gandha Chakra. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalathe Tripundri Nitila Dhrita Kasturi Tilagaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Kadikaupi Navasanaha Tadano Dushtaram Chirasi Bhanirajam Shashikalam Pradivas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijete. Ajamnya Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha Mamridaya Namaha शुक्लाम्बरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तयेत्। प्राणानायं या ओम होम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिं तत्पुरुषवक्त्राय नमः ओम हुं गुरुदेवाय नमः ओम हिं वामदेवक्याय नमः ओम हं सज्जोदातमूर्तये नमः मामृद्याय नमः ओम हिं शिरसे नमः ओम हुं शिखाय नमः ओम हिं कवचाय नमः ओम होम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम होम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिं तत्पुरुषवक्त्राय नमः ओम हुं गुरुदेवाय नमः ओम हिं वामदेवक्याय नमः ओम हं सज्जोदातमूर्तये नमः मामृद्याय नमः ओम हिं शिरसे नमः ओम हुं शिखाय नमः ओम हिं कवचाय नमः ओम होम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम होम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिं तत्पुरुषवक्त्राय नमः ओम हुं गुरुदेवाय नमः ओम हिं वामदेवक्याय नमः ओम हं सज्जोदातमूर्तये नमः मामृद्याय नमः ओम हिं शिरसे नमः ओम हुं शिखाय नमः ओम हिं कवचाय नमः ओम होम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम होम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिं तत्पुरुषवक्त्राय नमः ओम हुं गुरुदेवाय नमः ओम हिं वामदेवक्याय नमः ओम हं सज्जोदातमूर्तये नमः मामृद्याय नमः ओम हिं शिरसे नमः ओम हुं शिखाय नमः ओम हिं कवचाय नमः ओम होम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः। अत संकल्प्य ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीयपरार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये सुभकृतनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे कृष्णपक्षे द्वितीयायां शुभतिथौ गुरुवासरयुक्तायां रोहिणी नक्षत्र परिघयोग घरिचकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समितिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त विरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलवकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाख्याति महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वदोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानामभिवृद्ध्यर्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थदेवी स्वरूपभगत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रत्यक्षपादपूजां करिष्ये। ओम अपौपस्पृश्य घण्टानादम् ओम आगमार्तन्तु देवानां गमनार्तन्तु राक्षसां घण्टानादं करों यादो देवता आह्वानलाञ्छनं घण्टादेवताभ्यो नमः। मानसपूजा। ॐ हृद्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं चरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेनामृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकं चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेच्छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेकलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेत् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमधं तथा अमोहगम् अदम्बं च अद्वेष अक्षोभगौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्। उपचार पूजा। ओम आसनम ओम सर्वभूतान्तरस्ताय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ओम ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। स्वागतम्। ओम शान्तत्वात् सर्वकर्तृत्वभावो परतिकारणात् शिवोक्तो महातन्त्रमन्त्रविद्भिः सदा शिवः तस्मै शिवाय गुरवे वीतरागकलाय वै अमेयत्वात् अजित्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवा स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो। अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्। ओम ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। पाद्यम् ओम यद्भक्तिलेशसम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसम्प्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत्। ओम ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। अर्घ्यः ओम दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं गृहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर। ओम ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा। आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वधा। मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णसुधात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वधा। गन्धतैलम् ॐ स्नेहं गृहाण स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। स्नानीयम् ॐ इदं सुशीतलं वारी स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्नानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। वस्त्रम् ॐ मायाचित्रपटाच्छन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरण विज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयायते सुवर्णं भूषणं दुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। गन्धः ॐ शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एषद्गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यताम् इदमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदय वौषट्। बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एतन्द परमशिवाय वौषट्। तुलसीपत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दनतुलसीपत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। धूपः ॐ वनस्पतिरसो दिव्यो गन्धाद्यस्सु मनोहरः आग्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः सबाह्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या ग्रहाण परमेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि। पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा।
आरात्रिकम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपमाला सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसंयसाहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामां कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः। कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवं चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। पुष्पाञ्जलिः। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदादेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरुः श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवं चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ श्रीकाशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय स्वामी ॐ जय नित्यानन्दा ॐ जय नित्यानन्दा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानन्दा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान् कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारणचिकीर्षया स्वामी ॐ जय नित्यानन्दा सर्वधर्मप्रणेतारं नित्या धर्मग्लानिविनाशकं स्वामी धर्मग्लानिविनाशकं साधुमित्र शिव नित्यानन्दं साधुमित्र शिव नित्यानन्दं शान्तं नमाम्यहम् स्वामी जय जय नित्यानन्दम् ॐ जय नित्यानन्दा स्वामी जय जय Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan Kali Kalmashamagnaanam Nitya Uttarana Chikeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. सर्वदेवी स्वरूपाय नित्या सर्वदेव स्वरूपिणे नित्य सर्वदेव स्वरूपिणे विरक्ति भक्ति नैर्मल्य नित्या विरक्ति भक्ति नैर्मल्य नित्या भूति मंगलकारिणे स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा. ओम जय नित्यानंदा. स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा. लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्य उत्तारण चिकीर्षया. स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा. ओम जय नित्यानंदा. स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा. लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्य उत्तारण चिकीर्षया. स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा. ओम जय नित्यानंदा. स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा. लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्य उत्तारण चिकीर्षया. स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा.
जय परमहंस श्री श्री नित्यानंद स्वामी की जय.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. Continuing into the introduction to the lifestyle of Kailasa. Today, we'll be discussing about food security system in Hinduism. Eons ago, Bhagwan Paramashiva revealed Veda Agamas to Devi and established the enlightened Hindu civilization. Hinduism, at its zenith, spanned over 10,000 sampradayas, which peacefully coexisted with all beings and nature. Hinduism has offered several life solutions, health solutions, way to fulfilling relationships, conflict-free living, completion-based lifestyle, science of enlightenment to humanity. The Hindu civilization embodies the best of the best in every field: health, medicine, art, science, social, judicial, administrative, and political systems. There are 5 pillars of Hinduism: temples, gurukuls, libraries, gaushalas, anyalayas, and the Guru, who is the sacred embodiment of the ultimate, who revives these 5 pillars. Today, we'll be looking at anyalayas and food security systems in Hinduism. Annadan, offering of food as alms, is considered compulsory in Hinduism. No worship, no puja, no yajna can happen authentically unless it is followed by distribution of food as prasadam, or in a bigger way as annadan. This is Hindu lifestyle, and our Hindu ancestors lived this lifestyle until a few hundred years ago. Annadan and annale kept poverty, hunger, malnutrition, famine, etc. away from the Hindu society. Now let us go back in time and look what happened in the past couple of hundred years, how the food security systems were shaken, were destroyed in our Hindu ecosystems. Starting with 1790s, temple land surveys were conducted. Colonial government wanted to leech out maximum possible revenue from the colonized Hindu nations, the 56 Hindu nations which spanned 6 million kilometers square of South Asian subcontinent. The colonial government, Hindu music forces, calculated the amount of money that went into various activities like temples, annadan, etc. These calculations by the colonial government into understanding how they can leech out maximum possible revenue from the colonized Hindu nations. These calculations are still available in records from the archives. They reveal the kind of food security services that we had in 1880s. And it also reveals that this service was far superior than what we have even today. All this was destroyed in the last 200 years. Looking at one such records from the archives of Indian Office Records, file number P186, dated 2nd February 1801, titled Proceedings of Madras Board of Revenue. This record was filed by collector of Tanjore, Tamil Nadu, to the Board of Revenue. A summary on highlights of the report: along all trade and pilgrimage routes, enlightened ecosystems consisting of kshetrams, pagodas, temples, chaultries, schools, hospitals, etc. had been established by rich and wealthy Hindus, kings and queens, or established by simple elders of the village through fundraising. In the picture alongside, we see an 18th century chatram built by Maratha kings in Tamil Nadu. Yumnambalam Nidang Mangalam. This picture was taken in the year 2016. This structure is more than 200 years old, a chatram, a center which provides food security and shelter to pilgrims. Now these kshetrams, pagodas, chaultries that were noted by the collector of Tanjore on 2nd February 1801, what does the collector note about them? He notes that these provided free food for as many days as travelers would ask for. There were various services attached, such as hospitals and schools. Free medicine, free treatment of several ailments, etc., was offered here. Traveling, pregnant women and women with small children were taken great care of. In another picture here, we see on the left side another 18th century Chatram built by Maratha kings in Tamil Nadu. Now, we know from the records, we know from our history how these chatrams, pagodas, chaltries, which are all anglicized pronunciation of various Sanskrit and regional words. All these were part of the enlightened Hindu ecosystems, which served the food security and social security, which were social security centers of the Hindu ecosystems, protecting food, providing food security to the community, providing shelter, free medicine, free health care, free care for small children. A particular aspect was women with small children were given milk without any kind of limits or restriction, without any kind of limits on the period of time for which these services were offered, completely free and sustaining people in a very healthy, beautiful way, in a very loving way, with great care. All these observations were noted by the collector of Tanjore on 2nd February 1801. Temple, Annale, Chatrams. These ecosystems were not just centers for offering Annadan. They were centers of various social securities and services. Today, these very services are recognized as the most important SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Giving example of a few, SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. SDG 3, good health. SDG 4, education. SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. All these goals of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were long ago realized and actualized by the Hindu civilization and were still in function, were still operational some 200 years ago. Even today, our so-called developed world is trying to catch up with what we have realized and was destroyed in just the last few hundred years. The temple, Annale, Chatrams, ecosystems were not just about social services. They were the applications of the science of enlightenment in actions. The donor of Annales would not just get good karma or merit, they would move towards enlightenment. Service to devotees is service to Paramashiva. Paramashiva has clearly mentioned that service to his devotees is direct service to him. For example, when devotees circumambulate the Arunachaleswara temple and circumambulate the Arunachal hills in Tiruvannamalai in devotion, anybody who feeds them gets the benefit of feeding Bhagwan Paramashiva directly. The fire of their stomach is like a homa fire through which we can reach our offerings to Paramashiva. Kailasa's Arunachala Sarangapitham of Tiruvannamalai serves free food, organic meals as an offering to more than 3 million visitors per month. This Kartike Deepam, which will be coming in next few days, we are expecting 5 million visitors to Arunachala Sarangapitham of Tiruvannamalai. We have two serious issues, serious counter issues in South Asian countries like India. First is hunger, and second is food wastage due to destruction of food during storage. Kailasa's food banks and ancient Hindu food banks did not have these issues because our working principle is as succinctly explained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has said, we have plenty to share, not a penny to waste. Now we'll be looking at these two serious issues of South Asian countries, starting with the challenges in the current system. First is hunger. Despite the good economic performance, with over 200 million people who are food insecure, India is the home to the largest number of hungry people in the world. In ranking of the Global Hunger Index in 2017, it covers position 100 out of 119 ranked nations and has a serious 31.4 index of food security situation. These are the statistics, contemporary statistics. Now let us look at how the Hindu principles handled. We heard directly from the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, we have enough to share, not a penny to waste. Now let us refer to Taittiriya Upanishad, verse 3.91. Annam bahu kurvitta tadvratam. You shall produce and safely store grains in huge quantities. That is your vratam, spiritual vow and penance. Or the verse 7.11 from Taittiriya Upanishad. Annam na nindhyat tatvratam. Let us create and share food. Let all hungry stomachs be filled with food. Completely fulfilled with food. Let us not waste food. No place you can drop food where there is hunger, either outside or inside. That is being authentic with food. Now let us look at the challenges. As we discussed, one of the big challenges in the current systems is high post-harvest wastage. The lack of cold storage has been often cited as a reason to cover up the excessive food destruction in the modern systems. Even 200 years ago, these problems were not there, though we didn't have advanced technologies like today. In a news clip from 28th June 2021 from Economics Times, the title reads, India in dire need to upgrade and expand its cold chain capacity in food processing sector. The wastage in the supply sector post-harvest not only has a financial impact which affects producers, but also tends to have a multiplier effect in wastage of inputs like water, fertilizers, among others, which exacerbates greenhouse emissions contributing to climate change. Some 200 years ago, grains were stored inside temples in grain banks. These banks had different economic principles which treated grains as a currency based on Paramashiva's economic principles, which prevented wastage, reduced hunger, prevented famines, and gave enlightenment to those involved in this process. Let us understand the economic and social principle. Unlike modern economics, in Hindu economics, principles revealed by Paramashiva, the law of economics are different for grain-based currencies and gold, taking some unique features of Hindu grain-based economies. Grain could be loaned to any farmer or villager in the case his harvest failed or for any other reason where he required some grains, he could take a grain loan in Hindu economic. The one who took loan was supposed to return back the grains which he took on loan plus some interest. This way, the grain bank would grow each year. If any mishap like famine happened, the grain bank would give away all the grains for people to escape and survive, and it would write off all loans. This was a principle for life, protecting people's life. The interest which was charged on the grains which were loaned was not for greed, it was for food security. Completely a for life principle, not for greed, not for somebody's chronic capitalism. It was completely based on dharmic principles of protecting life. If a person who took loan failed to return, the entire loan could be written off on humanitarian grounds. Irresponsibility, writing off loans by banks, and big bailouts in modern economies. We saw how several economic bubbles have burst in the past. We saw how there have been several major economic crises, one of the most recent being around 2008, where several large corporate houses were given big bailouts worth trillions of US dollars, and how it had a massive impact on world economy, creating high inflation rate. Now we understand irresponsibly writing off loans by banks and big bailouts in modern economies create inflation and bubble economies. This is, however, not applicable part of Hindu economy which runs on gains. Grain banks writing off grain loans of poor people never creates financial crises. Hindu economy was based on need and for life. It was not greed based like the modern broken economic systems of the 21st century, wherein bailout to big companies have created bubble economies and several economic disasters. In a remark to the General Assembly special session on response to COVID-19 pandemic, the UN Secretary General has said that for the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth and universal benefits and opportunities for all. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. This was the emphasis of the United Nations. Now, these are some of the aspects which have been long realized by Hindu ecosystems and were destroyed very recently, some 200 years ago, but we do not even know they existed. Healthcare, just like grains, was offered as a free commodity available to the people in need. Some other unique features of Hindu grain-based economies. Grain-based banks were created by elderly villagers, gathering and fundraising grain capital to start the bank. Elderly people of the villages who had a large family, a large joint family, would gather and fundraise capital grain to start the bank through their sons, grandsons, through their grandnephews, and collect the grains from their family alone and start a grain bank. Then they would gather other elder villagers of their village, and everybody, some 4 or 5 elder villages who had so much influence, would gather and start the grain bank. Such banks existed throughout South Asia. Some have been revived recently during COVID pandemic. The temple sellers would provide the vaults for these banks. These banks were not protected by normal people. Once it went into the temple vaults, it was protected by Lord Kalabhairava. And this is an important understanding. Once the grains went into the temple vaults, stealing of the grains, mishandling of the grains was something which was highly considered unethical, adharmic. It was considered directly stealing from Paramashiva, which no practicing Hindu would ever do. It really ensured from a societal point of view that the grains were protected, and also from a cosmic point of view as we were storing the grains in the care of Paramashiva himself. Bhagwan Paramashiva cosmically, with his divine intervention, protected the grains from being rotten, from being spoiled, from various problems. Another unique feature was grain-based banks served nearby villages also and loaned them grains at the time of distress. In this way, each village running these banks would be a economic powerhouse. The interest earned out of these grain loans had to be grains and only grains, not gold. This is a very important principle of Hindu economics as revealed by Paramashiva. Grain loans were to be paid in grains, not in gold. This clear-cut segregation of grain-based economies and gold-based economy ensured that the rules, the economic principles, the rules of bailing out, the rules of writing off the loans, the rules of giving charitable donations were completely dharmic and for life and completely separate from the greed part of the economy, which was gold-based. The interest was never used for profit. The grain interest was never used for profit. These grains were cycled throughout the year as temple kept on doing annadans. So the grains never rotten. Before they would rotten, they would be cycled and replenished in form of annadan. They were always used before they get rotten and replaced by the next harvest. In this way, the economy was always kept current. The grains are perishables, unlike gold, and therefore they always need to be in circulation. And at the same time, they always need to be kept in reserves to protect the community from mishaps, famine, and other problems. This beautiful system of Hindu grain-based economies provided economic stability, provided food security, provided various protection and dharmic care to the society. Completely a healthy lifestyle. Now on the left-hand side, we see some of the news clips from the year 2020-2018. One of the report reads, in 6 years, over 40,000 tons of food grains were damaged in FCI godowns. Another news from 30 May 2020, COVID-19 lockdown, food grains rot as poor battle hunger. Another news from 2018, food grains rot in India while millions live with empty stomachs. Now, why do we have this problem today in India, whereas 200 years ago, such problems were unheard of? The reason is now the whole food supply chain, distribution, collection has been centralized. Whereas in the ancient era, which we cannot even say ancient, just 200 years ago, every village had its own sustainable, self-managed, micromanaged food security systems, where it was completely independent in its food security, grain-based economics, and various social and economical infrastructure. With the attack on Hindu temples, attack on Hindu principles, these social and economic infrastructures were destroyed, and the colonial government diverted all these grains to their vaults for feeding their armies, bringing massive famines, killing millions of people. After independence, after political independence, unfortunately, we continued the systems, failing and even now struggling to revive these ancient, decentralized, self-sustainable food security ecosystems. Looking at other unique aspects of Hindu grain-based economy, despite extremely large and dense population, Hindu nations never had a famine. They never had poverty, hunger, because the grain-based economies that ran as per Paramashiva took care of our entire civilization. During Hindu Holocaust, it was destroyed. Now let us look at a popular example. What is the significance of Annadana and Annales? Not just providing food security, but completion and oneness in the society. On 6 February 2022, a 800-year-old Hindu temple was revived by a group of villagers in Sarve village near Puttur in Mangaluru district in state of Karnataka, India. The energy, enthusiasm of villagers who were reviving this temple and the Annadan planned for the inauguration of the temple inspired a Muslim family of Abbas Majalugade that they generously donated 3-acre land to temple, offering the entire yield from the land to the temple for Annadan. We see how this simple practice of Annadan and Annale unites not just the entire village, but across communities, across religions, inspiring us, uniting us, and moving the society towards a completion, oneness-based, enlightened society. There are many tangible and intangible benefits of our Hindu food security and social systems. Annala is Annadan, as it's very much apparent from this example. Hindu scriptures have said Annadan is Mahadan, the greatest charity. Annadan is a very powerful way of uniting the society across cultures and even religions. Now let us look at another such very important example from 1867. Swami Arut Prakash Vallalar Chitambram Ramalingam established an economic and enlightenment ecosystem in Vadalur in the year 1867. On the inaugural day of the community charitable kitchen, Swami Ramalingam lit the fire of the stone stove with the declaration that the fire will be lit forever and the needy shall be fed forever. The stove fire lit by him has been perpetually burning for the last 150 years. The facility created by him continues to serve free food to date. It's a very shocking, inspirational, and revolutionary aspect. A fire lit 150 years ago still continues to continuously, perpetually burn in form of a stove, serving the people, the needy, the hungry, till date. It shows the power of integrity our Hindu ecosystems have. Taittiriya Upanishad, verse 3.9.1 gives the spiritual injunction to Hindus to produce and store grains in large quantities. This instruction is not just to produce but store also. This shows that our ancestors were very clear that grain banks were compulsory, not just food banks. Food banks would offer cooked food, but grain banks would store the grains which are required for cooking, which are required for feeding. Both were compulsory. This single verse shows not just to produce, but to store grains in large quantities, to offer Annadan in huge quantities. Every year, if there was a surplus production, where would the extra grains go? They were bound to go for charity during festivals. Charity with hard work is built into Hinduism. It is how practicing Hindus live. Now let us quickly go through some analysis of the past. What happened in the past? Before 1730s, when Hindu nations ruled the South Asia, where kings like Chhatrapati Shivaji ruled India, where the GDP of India compared to the rest of the global economies was rising. The GDP contribution of India was rising. We were moving towards economic prosperity and expansion. The principles we followed was from Taittiriya Upanishad. Annam Bahu Kurvitta Tadvratam. You shall produce and safely store food grains in huge quantities. That is your vratam, spiritual vow for liberation. The result was no famines despite less rainfall, no hunger despite crop failures. post 1730s, as we entered the colonial era, we had 31 famines even during good harvest, good rainfall. And these famines caused a death of 33% of the population. 29 million Hindus were starved to death. 29 million Hindus and indigenous people were starved to death. And after this, the leaders of the colonial era have been reportedly quoted saying, "I hate Indians. They are a beastly people with a beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits." Such hate speech, first destroying the very principles that ensured food security for the indigenous people, and then diverting this food for war, causing big man-made famines, and then blaming the indigenous people, the Hindus, for the man-made famine which they created. Moving further in time, even after independence, political independence of 1950, Bharat, which now became India, started adopting colonial principles and strongly shunned Hindu principles. The result was India faced a number of threats of several famines, of severe famines, even throughout 1967, 1973, 1979, and 1987. There are several ways through which unallied ecosystems contribute to global enlightenment: the food security, economic security, grain management, peace within the society. We just saw only a few of them. The grain-based economy reveals just 1/3 of Paramashiva's economic principles. It does not compete or replace modern-day economics, but it complements, it supports, it enhances what we already have. Now we'll see Kailasa's effort to revive Hindu Sarvangapithams with unallied ecosystems. Throughout the years, our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has been hands-on, providing food services, food security, Annadan, for everyone, directly, hands-on. We see a picture from 2002 where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is directly serving people on Kartikeya Deepam in Tiruvannamalai on 22nd November 2002. Again, it is the year 2022. Some 20 years have passed. And again, in very short while, in few days, Kartikeya Deepam is going to start in Tiruvannamalai. And Kailasa is all prepared to receive 5 million people and serve them free organic vegetarian meals. In this picture from 2013, we see how even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is engaged in selfless work day and night, inspiring volunteers of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. We see on the right hand of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism a bandage where his hand had become fractured during the time when he fell from his horse. A multiple compound fracture where the bone broke and came out of the skin. Bone was protruding out of the skin. Such an intense fracture. It was treated later. And later, the steel implants were removed from his bones. This picture is after the steel implants were removed from his bones. And still we see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism engaged in active service. Bhagwan Krishna has very beautifully said, if you don't do yagna and give back to the divine energy, you are certainly a thief. This is from Bhagavad Gita, 5th chapter. As an example, if you are cutting a tree you have to plant at least 5 trees. If you are taking water from a river, you should make sure that the recycled water is purified and only then added to the river. Throughout the years, Kailasa, through its social security systems, has been protecting people during various natural calamities, floods. We can see in picture various flood reliefs provided by Kailasa directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are looking at pictures from the Pondicherry Thane flood relief from 3rd January 2012, how Kailasa volunteers, the sovereign order of Kailasa and citizens of Kailasa Vasis are day and night working and serving the people. We see in this picture from 2007 how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is serving thousands of people personally. Throughout the years, whether it be in Salem in India 2007 or Tiruvannamalai in 2012. Now let us look at this example as we had been discussing so far. In 1943-1944 period, in a man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3 million people were murdered. The leaders of the colonial empire, which controlled 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus, Indians, bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. Looking back at the exact quote, I hate Indians. They are a beastly people with a beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits. Now let us see what kind of famine was brought. 3 million people were murdered. We see a real picture from that era showing the impact of the famine. Fast forward to 2016, in Ujjain Kumbh Mela alone, Kailasa served organic food to over 3 million people. Under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, Kailasa served more than 1 million people free meals in the past 26 years and is determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. Let us see the contrast. The world's largest empire, controlling almost 1/3 of mankind, is unable to protect 3 million people dying of hunger, and in fact is responsible directly for killing 3 million people of hunger by diverting the food grains for war, where the soldiers did not even need the food, and then blaming the very people they killed for their own death. Versus on the other side, Kailasa, with merely 200 citizens, volunteers on the place in Ujjain Kumbh Mela, fed 3 million people. In 1943 famine, even the biggest country of the era did not or could not save people dying from hunger. The same number of people, 3 million people. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation, driven by dispassionate self-service, done as an offering to God in pursuit of liberation, moksha. The context is to use selfless, dispassionate actions to get enlightened. Massive economic expansion and breakthrough in public welfare as an outcome of an entire Hindu civilization nation pursuing enlightenment. We see some more pictures. Throughout the years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism engaged in selfless service. Very interestingly, in 2005, the head of the State Department of HRNC openly acknowledged in a public speech that the state government started Annadan, taking inspiration from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This was a public announcement done by the state officials, lauding the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and directly declaring how our Hindu gurus, our beloved Guru, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, the leader of Hinduism and all the Hindu Enlightenment ecosystem, the supreme point of Hinduism, is single-handedly inspiring the governments throughout the world. And this service has been expanded to several countries throughout the world, such as in Malaysia and Los Angeles and several parts of the world. We see in these pictures Kailasa in Houston providing Annadan, and even providing Annadan during crises such as COVID-19. With this, we come to this segment. Now we'll be moving on to our next segment, where we'll be having some very special guests sharing about how Kailasa's enlightenment ecosystems have contributed to their life, how Paramashivoham is a channel, is a medium. Paramashivoham, a 21-day event, is a breakthrough possibility for each one of us to experience the ultimate consciousness, to manifest our ultimate reality. We'll be right back. Thank you. Please stay with us. Nithyanandam.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome in
Nithyanandam, welcome back, everyone. And now, after this beautiful introduction into the security created by the Hindu nations through Analeya, Anadan, the giving, the stockpiling, the responsibility taken for food and for the entire society, and this understanding of how Hindu civilization traditionally functions. Now, as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient Enlightenment Hindu civilizational nation of Kailasa as the first nation, the only nation for Hindus globally. Let us now understand and hear the experiences of what is the transformation being provided through the darshans, initiations, from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Paramashivoham experiences. Paramashivoham 3, Season 3, just concluded recently, and Paramashivoham, next level experiences beginning for the 21-day period spanning December 9th to 29th. So if you want to have a glimpse into what these initiations, the powerful transformation that is available to you, you can actually join instantly from tomorrow by going to events.kailasa.org. So the Paramashivoham experiences darshan transformation already started for your benefit on a daily basis. So you can jump in from tomorrow, go to events.kailasa.org to enter. And visit paramashivoham.org, which is seen on your screen, to enter your intention to attend the 21-day program from December 9th to 29th. So please take advantage of this opportunity, not only for yourself, but your loved ones, friends, family, and anyone who's looking to have a transformation on any level of their life. What is the best possibility for how to manifest this is by getting a jump, a boost in every dimension of our life. So let us now hear from guest participant from the Paramashivoham 3 Season 3, which had just recently concluded. Sri Nithya Tirtharupananda. Thank you so much, Jaya, for joining us today. And I would just ask you to take a moment, please, just to introduce yourself first for everyone. Thank you so much.
Sure, Sri Jnanatma. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm currently living in the state of Ohio in the U.S. I'm a resident at the temple here. So it's a very unique privilege, I feel. As a result, I've been here for the last 3.5 years. But I, in addition to volunteering in the temple, I also have to support myself. So I do work outside. Just to give you a little bit of my background, I was born in India, I grew up in India, and then I moved to the US after I finished college in India. And in the year 2009 is when I met Swamiji for the first time. I was living in the San Francisco Bay Area, and Swamiji was doing a tour called the Yogam Tour in North America. And he was in North America for 2.5 months. I think he visited about 35 cities. He also visited the San Francisco Bay Area. So I met him, and I was kind of, looking for something. I didn't know what, but I felt a very strong connection with him. And literally within less than 2 weeks of meeting him, I came to Swamiji's campus in Bidadi called Adi Kailasa. I spent 3 months there. And ever since then, mostly other than for a 2-year period when I was really dealing with some challenges, I've been connected with Swamiji. I've done numerous programs. And so that's a little bit of my background. And, I knew Paramashivoham 3 was happening. And I was, kind of wondering, I've done wonderful programs with Swami in the past, like, what about this one? So that's kind of a little introduction about, myself.
Yes, thank you so much, Aya. And so you had participated in approximately the final 2 weeks of the Paramashivoham 3 experience, which has concluded recently. And so Aya, maybe let us start by just sharing what was your experience of, even overall of just of being there with Swamiji, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. What was that experience for you? What did you see the changes happening? What was your experience of the initiations, darshans? What was your overall experience of the processes, the spiritual processes with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the Paramashivoham Season 3?
So it was quite extraordinary, but it didn't actually happen as a bang from the moment I joined. I noticed on day one, it was taking me, just when I realized, I'm going to be attending this program, I had other commitments. So it kind of took me about a day or two to really kind of start to join in. And I think on day 3 was the day that I was completely, in it. Though one of the things, the exercises that, for those who are not familiar, there's a theme for the day, and there's a combination of a lot of Swamiji, what Swamiji has spoken about on that theme, what he shared. We have some acharyas who are guiding us, facilitating this, helping us resolve questions. And at the end of that day, they said, please share like your powerful cognition on social media. And there were so many things that I had heard that day, but suddenly, it just came out at me, and the cognition. I know you asked me for the overall experience, and I'm jumping in right now, but it kind of stood out. I think it kind of captured the essence of what happened at an overall level. And so, what I wrote was, I'm just reading from that text. My breakthrough cognition from day 9 of Paramashivoham level 3 was static matter, dynamic activity, and are an extension of me. My strategic existence has power over everything. With this understanding, from this moment, I am commanding everything. I am commanding, let things happen as I want. And so you can't imagine what kind of shift that is to say, let things happen as I want. Like it's a space where I feel that, I am master of my fate, and it's in my hands what is to happen. So that was how it started.
Yes, so it seems there's a slight technical delay here. So just to fill in the moment. So Srinitya Chiturupananda is sharing about his experiences during the Paramashivoham 3 season 3. And there was just a short delay there. If you're back, can you please repeat
Sure.
what you just concluded?
Sure. So I just the breakthrough cognition I had on the first day which I published on social media was, static matter and dynamic activity is an extension of me. My strategic existence has power over everything. With this understanding, at this moment, I am commanding, let things happen as I want. And, let things happen as I want. That was just a new space altogether. There was something that happened, some alchemy that happened that day where, I was no longer at the mercy of so many of the forces around me or in me or, no, I was the captain of my ship, really. That was that was the realization that I had.
Right. So exactly. So extremely powerful cognition that you recognize just by sitting in the program, not necessarily by doing any specific thing. You realize this was happening to you as an experience for yourself.
Exactly.
Right. So this is what we see again and again, that usually with the initiations from the Supreme Point of Hinduism, that we see them unfold over time, that we will not see the full flowering of that it literally will go on for decades. So at first we may not recognize all the dimensions that have opened up in us, but just something happens where maybe it's a reaction to an event or a response to a question, like in this situation, and then we realize the shift that has happened in us. So I guess that is what I would ask is, what else would you share? How has this experience, changed you? What has the impact been? And what is the sort of experience of that strengthening in you as it has really impacted your life since?
So basically, what I noticed over the next few days, and even actually after the program was concluded, was that all the blind spots that were preventing this, understanding that I'm creating my destiny, which were kind of coming in the way of that, were popping up and getting resolved. And I was, I remember there was one snip, and these things were kind of just like popping up and really standing out for me. So, there was a question and answer session with a participant was complaining to Swamiji that, people in her life were really making her feel cheap. And Swamiji instantly answered, like, why are you letting that bother you? And that was such a huge click that people's reactions don't, it's our choice whether we're going to let them influence us or he just, boy, I mean, that was a very powerful breakthrough. And there were a series of, and of course, the other big one, and this happened at various points. As you know, it's not necessarily happening in one specific session. There was the other blind spot that got healed was, again, this is where Swami's words I was hearing him say. He said, just declare what it is you want and just say it and understand that is going to happen and you're going to see it happen. I may have heard those words before and I'm not entirely sure, but this time it was just it was sharply, I felt that sharp connection. It's as simple as that. It's up to me to make these choices and to, yes, things may be happening around me, outside me, things may be in transition, and that's fine. But ultimately, I don't have to, it's my vision, it's my belief, it's my cognition, it's my understanding, it's my perception that's going to win the day. And I just and that realization came into me that, it's this power I've been giving away. And but no, it's, I get to write my story and not as something to be said, as something, this became my experience actually. And what happened is ever since then, that's exactly what I'm seeing happening. People who for extended periods of time had been stuck in a certain posture against me are releasing these postures. I don't know whether it's a completion of this blind spot in me that is reflecting outside, but the whole universe is malleable. People and situations are giving way to what I'm declaring, what I'm understanding as my plan, and what I'm expecting to happen. So that really is that's the big thread, I would say. And as I said, I'm continuing to see this happen and continuing to see many of these things getting filled over time, even after Paramashivoham. I mean, a lot of this is kind of mindset, and one of the I remember that in the session where we were like given a free hand to choose the boons that we wanted, I said one of the boons that I wanted was that I want a Vedic mind, I want a yogic body, and I want the Zen lifestyle for myself. And what's happening is I've noticed that all these pieces are coming together for me. I'm just somehow I'm in a space right now where what is the Vedic mind? I was attending a class on rituals, and this instructor is just laying out what is the Vedic mind. The Vedic mind is a kind of self-restraint. See, the years in the Gurukul that you spend to the age of 21, the 12, 13 years, they're about going to bed at a certain time, waking up at a certain time. It's a 12, 13 years of it's the cultivation of the inner space. So literally the boons that I'm asking for are directly, I'm seeing the manifestation happen in real time. And same with the yoga, with how my practice has shifted from where it was before Paramashivoham 3, and even the Zen lifestyle components of urgency, and it's just in fact, it's actually some of these things I'm realizing as I'm talking to you, that the boons that I had declared and I had kind of forgotten about that I wanted are actually now manifesting, like in front of me in real time.
Wow. So you're seeing basically every area of your life, even where you didn't expect or even think about, is changing, and in a inexplicable way.
It is. It's really. It's a no limit experience. Nothing is off the table in this is what I would say, especially as I remember in the boons, the way, especially the one evening where Swamiji was doing the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where Shukracharya and Brihaspati and Dakshinamurti, and really the way he said it, anything that you wanted was available. Nothing was off the table. And always sometimes. So what did that do? It just created that. It just accentuated. I already started to feel that everything is possible. And here he's saying, there's divine sanction for whatever it is that you're seeking to manifest, whatever you're seeking to create. So it was not just like, I got this breakthrough. No, the cosmos, Swamiji is validating that. He's saying you can have it, and not only you can have it, and in a way that I'm realizing, yes, I can have whatever it is that I want. This is a no limits life that Swamiji is offering us in a real way at Paramashivoham 3. And it's just, the empowerment that kind of creates the space. And as I said, that space is continuing to build after Paramashivoham 3. It's just, it's happening in a very beautiful way. It's almost like it's in a relaxed way, it's unfolding. And I just feel the showering of abundance. I mean, I was watching the Ashtabhairava Bhava Samadhi Darshan day before yesterday, and I was thinking, oh my God, what a luxury. Somehow my life has brought me to a place where I can spend these 2.5, 3 hours getting the darshan of the 8 Ashtabhairava. Oh my, so I'm just feeling very, I'm feeling very showered, needless to say, as to how life is opening up. Whatever that spark that started Paramashivoham 3, the way it's manifesting for me.
Yes, beautiful. So really experiencing that this transformation has happened on a level beyond explanation and manifesting in all dimensions. So just a reminder to everyone who's watching, Tirtharupaya had made reference to the Ashtabhairava darshans, which happened just a couple days ago. So this is in reference to the Maha Paramashivoham program already having started, and will continue for anyone who wants to join. If anyone was in the darshan preparation yesterday, then you will already know, and you will be joining tomorrow for the darshan. For all the rest of us, you can join from Friday afternoon Eastern Standard Time at 2 p.m. EST, which is 12:30 a.m. So it'll be late night on the Friday evening for those in India. And you can join through events.kailasa.org. So you can start these initiations that Tirtharupaya is sharing about, the transformations, breakthroughs. He's saying that just the decision, these things in my life are manifesting. Anything that even the boons I had asked for, what I had asked for to change, the transformations that I forgot about, I'm seeing is happening, and it's growing day by day. So you can all avail yourself of this beautiful darshan experience and the possibility to manifest whatever it is you want in your life with the superconscious breakthrough experience through the Maha Paramashivoham by joining through events.kailasa.org. If you'd like to attend specifically, exclusively, also the December 9th to 29th Maha Paramashivoham, please go to paramashivoham.org and enter your intention. If there's a loved one you have in your life, a near and dear one, you can enter intention for them as well, that they will receive directly the blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the life transformation event beginning December 9th through 29th. And I only have a few minutes remaining, and I know you also had shared about how, so when we go through these darshan initiation experiences, the neurons of our brain experience those higher dimensions of consciousness and become entangled with that energy, that consciousness, and the neurons in our brain begin to reflect and mirror the neurons of the brain of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism while he is transmitting this experience. So this is a process called as neuron mirroring. I know just you had also shared about that you were seeing this was manifesting in your work, that the experiences of enlightenment that was manifesting in you through the neuron mirroring in your space from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was being transferred to clients, to people that you were working with, in that they may have been experiencing low moods that did not affect you at all. And because of the way that your system has changed, even physically, it was able to just simply pull people out of low moods. So I don't know if you want to share a moment about that or another aspect. You can just
absolutely. So I'm working as a business coach, and I had this call recently where I was there was one of the people I was working with. I had encouraged him to expand his view of what was possible, and so he was, he had taken on like more projects that like, why did I ever like kind of take this on? And he was complaining, and I didn't even actually consciously connect with like giving him a logical explanation. I just relaxed, and I didn't have, there was no conscious effort on my place, but I did understand that he really like that encouraging him to think that he was capable of more really was the way for him to come out of the space he was in. And I held that space for him, not in a cheerleading kind of way, but just in that sort of, whatever he said, I listened to, but I didn't like validate it. It was very clear just energetically that it was to his advantage to, even though no matter what he felt and how hopeless he may have felt or how much he was complaining, that this is where I felt, and so he did the work, and very kind of reluctantly, and then he called me, but he picked up from my body language what my cognitions were, and he called me back the next day with a completely changed perspective. All the things that he had the right powerful cognition about the same things he was complaining about the day before. So that was where his neurons, that spending that time working with me, had shifted his mirror. He was mirroring my neurons, and my neurons, of course, are very connected with Swamiji and his high state. And so beautifully, I was seeing this cascading effect on how this was touching other people, and obviously directly affecting, positively impacting my work.
Great, Aya. Thank you so much. And so we're seeing that effortless change, not like you said, not through words, but just the experience of the higher conscious space, pulling others around you out of any low moods. So thank you so much for joining us, Aya. And a reminder to everyone, please to fill the intention form at paramashivoham.org, and you can join through events.kailasa.org from tomorrow, from Friday, if it's your first time attending, Friday by 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 12:30 a.m. India Standard Time, late night on Friday. And the paramashivoham.org is the link to set your intention. So just to declare your intention, please go to paramashivoham.org, declare your intention that you'd like to have this life transformation event. So thank you so much, Aya, for joining us today.
Thank you, Sri Jnanatmananda.
Thank you, Nithyananda. And we will now prepare to receive the darshan initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism now. Please close your eyes, bring your awareness to your breathing. Visualize whatever intention you want to happen as reality has already happened. Connect deeply with whatever intention you'd like to manifest, and begin chanting Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the Hindus, living and practicing Hindus all over the world. All the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Kayakalpa Yogis, Sarvaparityagis, Kailasas, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, consulate generals, and supporters. Soon to be appointed Senate members. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Work on the body, that is yoga. Work connecting with the cosmic bodies, that is kriya. You will automatically manifest powers, that is jnana, and you will be in absolute bliss lifestyle, that is charya. Work on your body, that's the first foremost. I tell you, I'll give you one simple example. One incident in my own life. My gurus will insist on me every day taking neem juice. I still remember once, he did not, my Guru Raghupati Yogi, Yogananda Puri, he did not let me eat almost for 5-6 days. Maybe it was the 6th day. He did not give me food, and whenever he says I should not eat, my mother also won't give food. My mother and he was such wonderful nexus, I should say. My mother is such a sweet, compassionate person, but so dedicated to my enlightenment and the process. My gurus were doing it for me, and my gurus used to tell that they are preparing my body not only to be a yogi and live long life, healthy life, and the way they prepared my body, they said very clearly that even if after I leave the body, it will not go through any of the regular dead bodies decays. How the dead bodies go through decays, the natural decaying happening. My gurus have clearly declared that my body, even after I leave the body, will not go through any of the natural decay. It will just be a naturally mummified body. Of course, I did not understand all that at that time, and he used to tell me that that is why so much preparation we are doing. Not only No one can poison you. Even if they poison your body, you will not die. You will only detox and automatically cleanse your body by its own strength, and you will live healthy as long as you want. And even after you leave the body, it will not go through any regular decay. It will just be like Jiva Samadhi, sitting in Jiva Samadhi. Anyhow, he did not let me eat for almost 5-6 days, and not only that, he was feeding me with neem juice. Without food, giving neem juice and asking me to brush my teeth with the neem stick. With the neem stick, I have to touch the haritaki powder as the powder. Neem stick will be like a brush. Haritaki powder will be like a tooth powder. That is the way I have to brush. I tell you, but one thing I should put this on record here, the extraordinary humbleness and involvement, their love gave me the complete courage and secured feeling to go through all the process they have done to me. See, actually, he will do all this and he will ask me to walk. When I walk and come back, I'm not supposed to wear the chappal. Of course, in Tiruvannamalai, I'll never wear. That's my lifestyle. Even when I was studying in college, I have to wear the shoes mandatory for the when we enter the workshop. I'll carry the shoes in the carry bag. Only after the bus crosses Tiruvannamalai border, I'll wear the shoes and go. Before the bus enters Tiruvannamalai border, I'll remove the shoes. That's my respect to Arunachala. So, he will make me walk. When I walk and come back, he himself will keep my feet on his lap and press. That love gave me the deep security that they will not put me through any unnecessary torture. Whatever they make me do is only minimum requirement of tapas. No extra torture, no unnecessary torture. That gave me tremendous courage, confidence to go through whatever they were asking me to go through. And 6th day, still no sign of food. Again, neem juice. Finally, I vomited. Nothing came out, just that neem juice which he fed me, that only came out. Because there was no food for last 6 days. What can come out? Only neem juice came out. And after checking the color, he said, yes. Ronanir samanam aidichida. Ipa nee saapidala. It means the acid which is there in our body, which is responsible for balancing the hunger, which creates the feeling of hunger, or which creates the feeling of satisfaction. The Ronanir Samanam. That Ronanir, I don't know exact English translation of that word Ronanir. The Ronanir is not just a chemical. When it is in the body, it is a living organism which can be programmed. It means like it's like it has its own biomemory. So, that decides the signal of hunger, signal of satisfaction is programmed in Ronaneer. That Ronaneer is responsible for maintaining our hunger. He said that has been balanced and programmed. And I tell you, still now, that programming they have done is responsible for my healthy, happy life. As I said, 42 can sit in Padmasana, no spare parts required, spectacles or teeth, nothing, no spare parts required, internal or external, happy, healthy, 20 hours a day I can do my work. No medicines, no hospital visits, nothing. I am 42. Surely I have not even gone to hospitals 42 times. Maybe I would have gone to inaugurate, visit, bless, but not for treatment. Only few times, like when I had the fracture, went to hospital for surgery. Other than that, it's their grace. It's their grace. I wanted all of you to know balancing of the Ronaneer is a very powerful method. I'll give you simple tips. First instruction, keep always your body hungry. Never dump food and fill it. No. You should always feel that subtle hunger. Means constantly the Jadaragni is alive, burning. Ronaneer balancing gives you tremendous willpower. I tell you, some of my kids, because I balance their Ronaneer, they have amazing willpower. I just need to help them to align it, to train more. You see, you need to be given power and then knowledge, both. Jnana and Shakti, both. Some of my kids, I am highly successful in bringing this Ronaneer balance. Ronaneer balance gives you tremendous willpower. Tremendous willpower. Nobody can break you. With that strength, you need to be given power. The power need to be added. I can spell out few names of my kids with whom I sincerely worked. No one can break their will. Even beyond their self-doubt, that physical biomemory has imbibed their will. I can name many of my kids. Of course, there is a long list. I'm just saying few people. Work on balancing the Ronaneer. Keep your body always hungry. Stop being a cheap poor backgrounded rich man. See, when a poor person becomes a rich person, he lives the fantasy of poor person's rich person. He takes revenge on the society by dumping himself. See, whatever was denied to him when he was poor, he thinks when he becomes rich, he should grab all that. That is rich life. No. See, when you are poor, the quality food was denied to you is wrong. So add quality food. A good food which brings strength to your body. But junk food was denied to you is a blessing. Don't try to dump your body with junk food. The poor man's fantasy of rich man, even if you live the poor man's fantasy of rich man, you are a rich man according to poor man, not the real rich man. Real rich man knows what is needed for him. I tell you, my Gurukul kids will be the real rich kids because they know what is needed for them. For many of my kids, I have done that balancing of Ronanir. More than their willpower, will persistence, the consciousness supporting them to be aligned and integrated will be more. Listen, I'll repeat. Biggest problem for the seekers is self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Will persistence will be higher than the self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt in a strong person. Higher than the will persistence, consciousness. The Gurukul kids whom I balance, I'm not saying they will not have self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. They can create. I have seen some of the kids doing. Their problem is simple laziness. But they will imagine big problems. Oh, I am not feeling inspired. I think my devotion for Swamiji is reduced. My commitment to Swamiji is reduced. I don't know what to do. I think I am confused. Delusory problems. Real problem is only simple laziness. Without breaking the simple laziness problem, imagining that as a big problem. And I have also seen just the simple darkness and screen is moving in the dark. Switch on the light, problem is solved. Instead, I think Brahma Rakshas has come, Bhuta has come, Preta has come. Exactly the same thing we do inside the mind. Simple laziness, break it. Don't make it as a big problem. By imagination, confusion. Listen. Fasting we do for Skanda Sashti, 6 days. And every Pradosham, every Ekadasi, Vaishnavites do on Ekadashi, Shaivites do on Pradosham. All this helps you amazingly to balance your Runanir and program the Runanir. Langanam Parama Aushadam. Fasting is the greatest medicine. Hunger is the greatest space to exist. Start developing taste for being hungry. I tell you. Start developing taste for being hungry. See, you need a strong, powerful vessel to do the alchemy process with mercury. Enlightenment is just like alchemy process with mercury. First, you need to have a stone vessel in which the mercury need to be poured, and the energizing process should happen inside the stone vessel so that the molecules of mercury is broken through the energy and reassembled as a solid molecules. It's a whole alchemy process. But the vessel should be strong stone, granite vessel. Same way, the body should be built with hunger and Runanir balancing. I am not saying don't give vitamins, minerals, all needed. Give all of that. But stop dumping junk food on the system. Your body will become a powerful vessel where the spiritual alchemy process can happen. Yajnavalkya Smriti says beautifully, the best detox, Kala, Agni, Karma, Mrit, Vayu, Mano, Jnanam, Tapo, Jalam, Paschatapaha, Niraharaha, Sarve, Ami, Suttihetavaha. Nirahara is the last but most powerful detox. Work on the body. Work on your body intensely by more and more nirahara. Keep yourself hungry. Whole day you should feel the fire of hunger. All my most healthy kids are kids who learned the mechanism, methodology of keeping themselves hungry. These few kids whom I named, I have always seen, Even if there's a large quantity of food, they will not touch. They know how to balance themselves. I tell you how the blacksmith puts the iron in the heat and then puts it in the cold to strengthen. Same way, if you put your body in hunger and then the detox herbal juices like neem, castor oil, haritaki powder, actually just with castor oil, haritaki powder, neem juice, adimaduram, these few herbs, I can live without food for more than 3 months comfortably. I can just sit happily, comfortably, without food for 3 months, just with these few herbs. At least for 2 days, you should be able to do this. If you can tune your body, the yoga will start happening in your body, in your system. Today I said I will be speaking about the Hindu parliament structure. I'll elaborate from today, next few more days, my vision for the Sabha. See, the oldest available record in recorded human history, democracy appears only in Hindu history. Understand? The oldest available records of the human history, the modern day, the recorded human history, the concept of democracy is available only in Hindu tradition. We call it responsible democracy. Means people who are already educated in economic principles vote for economic principles. People who are already educated in Enlightenment science, they vote for the Enlightenment science-based related principles. People who are already educated in the field of agriculture and who are practicing agriculturists, they vote for agriculture-based related policies, principles. See, somebody who doesn't have any economical policy, strategy related knowledge, and if you give him the voting right, what he will do? If you give 1,000 rupees to him or some freebie, that is the best economic strategy or policy for his personal life, so he will vote for you. That's all. That's the way the freebies hijack the health of the nation. How in modern day democracies, freebies are used to hijack the health of the nation. Economical health of the nation is hijacked by the freebies. Because for a common man, he knows only economic policies and strategies for his personal life. He doesn't have a knowledge or he is not educated about the country's good or what is good for country, what is the right policy for the country. Because he is not educated. If something he thinks good for his personal economic strategy and economic policy, immediately he votes for it. How the freebies are used to destroy countries. Irresponsible democracy. Hinduism practiced responsible democracy. Each field, people who are experts in that field were given voting right. Beautifully in Shaivite tradition, we have a concept called Anubhava Mantapa. The experience ones gather and vote. Oldest recorded concept of demand draft existed between the Rameshwaram Pandits, Brahmins, and Kedarnath Brahmins. They had a system. The Rameshwaram Brahmins, if you deposit some money with them and they will give the palm leaf written with a signature, you take it and give people who are doing the yatra. If you hand over that leaf in Kedarnath, they will hand over the money to you for your yatra. This demand draft system. Same way, Tiruppanandal Adinam had Tiruppanandal Adinam. If you deposit money, you can collect it in their Kashimat branch. They had a system. The documentations are available. The oldest demand draft practice. And in Madurai Adinams, there are references available. Demand draft service between Madurai Adinam and Nellai Gnanasamandar Adinam. I think at some time it was a branch of Madurai, Madurai Adinam. There are some temples in Sri Lanka. Gnanasamandar sang in Devaram. So those temples are also under the spiritual guidance of Madurai Adinam. Once upon a time, even Rameshwaram temple was under the guidance of Madurai Adinam, Arulakshi of Madurai Adinam. And I'm trying to revive the responsible democracy. I'll give you the sutra, the Shastra Pramana, for some of the statements about the democracy. Manusmriti, 8th chapter, first sloka says, Vyavaharan titrushushu brahmanaihi sahapartiva mantragnairapi mantripihi chaiva vinita praviset sabam, desirous of looking into the administrative businesses of the government and governance of the country and the legal cases, the king shall enter the Sabha with humility along with Brahmanas, the educated ones in those fields, and ministers, thinkers and administrators in those fields who are knowledgeable in giving the right advice. With the grace of Ganapati, Paramashiva. We are working on reviving the parliamentary system practiced in Hinduism, what I call responsible democracy. I'll spell out my vision in further satsangs. Rigveda 10th Mandala 191st Sukta says Samsamita yuvase varshannagne vishwanyarya ilaspade samityase tano vasunyapara samgachatvam samvatatvam संवोमनांसि जानदाम देवाभागं यदा पूर्वे सज्जनाना उपासदे समानो मन्त्रः समिति समानि समानं मनः सह चित्तमेषां समानं मन्त्रमपि मन्त्रये व समानेन ओह विशाजुहोमी समानीव आकूदि समाना अर्दयानिव समानमस्तु ओमनो यदाव सुसहासदी. Thou, mighty Agni, gatherest up all that is precious for thy friend. Bring us all the treasures as thou art enkindled in liberation's place. Assembled, speak together, let your minds be all of one accord. As ancient gods, unanimous, sit down to their appointed share. The place is common, common the assembly, common the mind, so be their thought united. A common purpose do I lay before you, and worship with your general oblation. One and the same be your resolve, and be your minds of one accord. United be the thoughts of all, that all may happily agree. Coming to a consensus, how responsible democracy works to come to a healthy consensus, keeping all their private, personal interests, likes, dislikes aside, keeping the common good as the goal, how they come to a consensus, how the ecosystem is more important priority than the individual's likes and dislikes. The tyaga of the people, the visionaries, is beautifully described in this verse. I'll give the rough outline. The Chit Sabha, Raja Sabha, Deva Sabha, Kanaga Sabha, Nithyananda Sabha. These are the 5 Sabhas. Put together will be called as Hindu Parliament. Chit Sabha will deal with all consciousness related sciences. The purpose of Kailasa is to give a superconscious breakthrough to the world, planet Earth. Chit Sabha will deal the issues related to that. Raja Sabha will deal all the political decisions need to be made and reaching out to politicians, inspiring, integrating them, with the cosmic vision of Kailasa. Rajya Sabha will work in that line. Deva Sabha will bring all the best contributions of the Kailasa to the world. Hinduism has so much to offer, whether the flights, Pushpaka Vimana of those days, or the amazing surgery, technology, methodologies of Shushruta, the amazing Hindu medicine, all the best things Hinduism has to offer in the field of life and administration. Deva Sabha will manage. And Kanaka Sabha will manage all the resource development. The Hindus existed as the richest civilization, completely in tune with the nature, without exploiting, abusing, destroying nature. We lived as the richest civilization, reviving those natural resources based lifestyle, and it's a altogether different science. As long as world was following the trend of Hindu civilization 1000 years, 2000 years before, not only we were richest, planet Earth never had any suffering. Nature never suffered. Prakriti was part of us. We were part of the Prakriti. Now the way we are going, if we are not given the right knowledge and education, we may not keep the planet Earth alive for next 100 years. It may not be livable anymore. Even for next 100 years. Within next 100 years, we may destroy it if we don't wake up to the truth. To live with the nature, to live with the Prakriti without exploiting it. It's time we learn to live with the nature, the most beautiful, natural, cosmic way, the Hindu lifestyle. So the Kanaka Sabha will be looking into that component. Nithyananda Sabha will work on lifestyle, blissful lifestyle. So, I'll elaborate the whole structure in further satsangs. We will also invite anyone who wants to become part of this Chit Sabha, Raja Sabha, Deva Sabha, Kanaka Sabha. First, we will define them clearly, and the commitment, responsibility expected from the members and the qualification of the members. We will spell out everything, then invite applications, welcome the people who want to be members, and form the parliamentary body, Hindu parliament. Chit Sabha, Raja Sabha, Deva Sabha, Kanaka Sabha, Nithyananda Sabha. These 5 will be the sabhas. We'll start working on it. By Shivaratri, I feel we will be ready with all the 5 sabhas. Maybe Arudra. Arudra comes in Margazhi month. Shivaratri in Masi. It will be nice if we are ready with all the structure, everything for Margazhi, because the Sabha's name I have given based on Chidambaram temple Sabhas. So if it is ready by Margazhi, Tiruvadirai, Arudra, we can offer it at the feet of Nataraja. who administers the whole universe. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa, Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.